Good morning, everyone. I kindly request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
A very good morning to one and all present here. Our dear students, respected faculty members, our distinguished guests, and honored dignitaries on and off the dais. I, Emanuela Rege,
And I, Bhargavi Thakre,
warmly welcome you on behalf of Balaji School of Law, Sri Balaji University, Pune, to day 4 of the induction program for students of BA LLB, BBA LLB, LLB, and LLM.
as you begin this transformative journey into the legal education, may these words guide your path. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. By Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam.
And this pursuit begins by embracing the Balaji legacy, rooted in the pillars of discipline, dedication, and determination, as instilled by a respected founder, late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian Sir, fondly known to us as Bala Sir. He taught us to be selfish about our growth so we can be selfless in service. His values echo in every classroom and corridor of this university.
We now come to a sacred tradition, the lighting of the lamp, and a floral tribute to Bala Sir. I request all our esteemed guests to kindly come forward for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp and offer flowers to Bala Sir's portrait.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय
It is an honor and privilege to welcome esteemed personalities whose presence today inspires every student seated here.
It is our great privilege to welcome Chief Guest, Advocate Rohit Irande, Senior Advocate, Bombay High Court, a staunch supporter of the legal fraternity and mentor to many. We request Shitole sir to kindly present a bouquet as a token of our respect and affection. Please keep applauding.
Next, we warmly welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Amit Andre, founder of the Data Tech Labs, a pioneering mind bridging law, ethics, and technology. We humbly invite Dr. Samit Dash sir to present a bouquet honoring our esteemed guest.
We are also privileged to welcome our guest of honor, Advocate Ranjan Nehru of Nehru & Co. Advocates and Corporate Legal Consultants, whose contribution to the corporate legal space are widely respected. We request Shitole sir to present a bouquet as a token of our deep respect and affection. And now, the moment we all have been eagerly waiting for, to hear from our eminent guests, each a luminary in their field and a beacon of excellence in public service and legal world. We are honored to welcome Advocate Rohit Irande, a distinguished senior advocate from Pune, who is known for his academic excellence and deep expertise in civil law, corporate society disputes, and medico legal matters. His contribution to the legal field have earned him wild respect and admiration. May I now call upon Ms. Aditi Chavan to enlighten us on the remarkable journey and achievements of Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Advocate Rohit Irande is a highly respected senior advocate at the Bombay High Court with a distinguished career in the legal profession. Based in Mumbai, Maharashtra, he has established himself as an expert in various legal domains, particularly in civil law, cooperative society disputes, and medico-legal matters. He is also known for his meticulous approach to cases, providing in legal depth analysis and effective solutions for his clients. His expertise extends to a wide array of legal fields, but his specialization lies in areas that demand significant attention to detail, such as cooperative housing society issues and medical negligence cases. Advocate Irande has been practicing law for several years and has earned recognition for his sharp legal acumen and deep understanding for both legal theory and practice. He has a strong presence in legal community and is affiliated with prestigious legal bodies, including the Pune Bar Association. His practice includes civil litigation, where he represents clients in cases involving real estate disputes, property matters, and cooperative housing society issues. Advocate Irande is often called upon his expertise in resolving conflicts within housing societies, such as disputes over maintenance charges, non-occupancy fees, and property transfer procedures. His approach to these cases combines a complete understanding of law with practical, real-world solutions, making him a sought-after advocate in this area. In addition to his work in civil litigation, Advocate Irande has significant experience in medico-legal matters. He has represented medical professionals in cases of alleged negligence and has handled numerous cases involving complex medical issues. He maintains a legal blog, Law for All, where he shares his views on various legal issues, offering valuable advice to both legal professionals and the general public. His blog serves as an accessible platform for those seeking guidance on such issues, reflecting his commitment to making legal knowledge available to broader audience. Additionally, Advocate Irande has written extensively on medico-legal matters. His insights into medical negligence and the legal responsibilities of healthcare professionals have garnered attention. Sir is also active on social media platforms where he engages with the public and legal community. His Facebook profile serves as a platform where he shares his legal insights, engages in discussions, and keeps his followers updated on important legal developments. Rohit Irande is a well-regarded senior advocate whose experience, legal insights, and commitment to the practice of law make him a valuable asset to his clients and the legal community. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome Advocate Rohit Irande, sir. Thank you.
Very good morning to all. The yes, the distinguished faculty, honorable dais, and most importantly, my friends who have joined the noble profession. And I remember 25 years back, perhaps, I was one of you and sitting in my college when this particular program was arranged and waiting when the guest lecture, the speaker will finish his speech. So I won't take much of your time, and I know that what kind of talk is expected and what, when you are a student, what is expected from the dais. Now, let me say that first of all, you have, I think, conquered the halfway because you have joined such a beautiful and distinguished institute, Balaji University. And I'm literally overwhelmed by seeing the kind of campus you have, the kind of facilities you have been provided. So I would urge all of you to take, at the most, you can take all the facilities, and I would request you to see that each and every time which you are going to spend here is utilized in your career building. Now, why law profession is always a question is asked, that there are many professions available, but since you have decided to join this profession, which is called as a noble profession in all other profession, and you take any facet, any aspect of the life, maybe right from coming to the college or your society or any other matter, law is required. Anywhere you go, legal profession, legal framework, legal consultancy is required. So I would request you that for joining this field, the sky is the limit. This is what I can say you. That when we joined the profession, the scope of legal field was very limited. That usual legal practice, go to court and have your clients and start practicing. But now, since I can see that you generation have plenty of options. So it ranges right from the normal litigation, it ranges from normal litigation to medico-legal field, to sports laws, to arbitration, to conciliation, to labor laws. You take any of your subject book, you can have your career built in that particular subject. It lot depends upon your liking. So whenever you join this profession, I can easily tell you that there are going to be incidences where you feel frustrated, or you will see that kya hoga mera, whether I will be able to do it. But all of us have gone through that. You remember that. So it is a usual phenomenon of human life. Ki whenever you start something new, it is not the success is not going to fall from the heaven. The hard work has no alternative. You always remember that. So I would urge all the budding lawyers here that this is the field where you are going to earn legally. So pun intended here. So whatever you practice, you are going to do, whatever profession you are going to join, in the sense whether you are going to do a practice or you are going to join a corporate law firm or you are going to do some social work or you are going to be a faculty here, the law faculty. You always remember that doing a practice ethically and keeping in mind that you are a human being first, and the clients which are going to come to you are always needy person. So always try to remember that even if the emotions have no play in the court of law, but while dealing with the clients, emotions play a lot of role. I'm not saying that a lawyer should get involved in that particular matter, but you always remember that you are a human being first. The client who has come to is also a human being. So what he requires is that the assurance that, okay, so we'll do something, we'll have, your problem will be solved. Of course, we are not judges who are going to give the guarantee to the client that yes, we are going to win the case or we are not going to win the case. But also always remember that the similarity between lawyers, doctors, and I would say astrologers is that the clients always wanted to hear the advice which would please their ears, but never try to give such advice. Always try to give advice which is useful for them and not which is going to please them. Because this is I would say, the crux of the practice, that you have to have the ethics in your practice. Because nowadays you can see that there are many aspects of life wherein everybody wants to earn money at the early age. And remember, law is such a field that when we joined, or I think many seniors would argue here, will also accept that when we joined, the money part was, we never thought of it. What we thought is that first have experience, first learn something, and then once you learn something, you have that experience, then sky is the limit for earning the money. So you first focus, because hard work has no alternative. You go to any field. You also have to show your own interest, then whoever is your senior is going to help you. There is no spoon feeding in this particular field. You have to pave your own way. The seniors, the professors over here are going to help you. But ultimately, you have to decide. So you have to decide what is your liking. So it is not like that every law student should be a good lawyer. He should be a good arguing lawyer in the court of law. That does not mean that only if you are able to argue properly, then only you are a good lawyer. So drafting work is very important, because if you go to solicitor firm, they do all kind of drafting. And I think my senior colleague Nehru sir will agree on this, that is a crux of the matter. So that takes a lot of efforts, and you might be behind the curtains, but all the base is created by you, the one who drafts properly. So there are many other institutes like this Balaji Institute or ILS Law College or Symbiosis, wherein good faculties are required. Because faculties are one who, ज्याला आपण मराठीत म्हणतो की विद्यार्थ्यांना घडवतो. So the faculties, any teacher plays very important role, pivotal role in our life. Because fortunately, when I was a student, I had very good teachers in my law college, ILS Law College. Now, also try to see that whatever knowledge you acquire, you always try to, share with the others. Don't have that particular attitude that मैं किसी को कुछ बताने वाला नहीं हूँ. See, knowledge is for everyone, and nowadays, fortunately, when we were the students, we don't have smartphones. Rather, they never existed at that time. Now you can take advantage of that particular technology also. Now, AI has, I think, I did not say that because your generation is much more advanced in this particular thing. But don't be afraid that AI is going to take away your jobs. See, ultimately, human element, our is the profession where human element is going to play a pivotal role. So, even if you feed anything to AI and it is going to give you the answer, but the law is such a field where human intervention is required. Client comes to you and you have the discussion, which client cannot sit in front of computer and express his emotions in the same way. So always remember that even if AI is there, I don't think this is my personal opinion, that our profession is going to be hampered because ours is the oldest profession. लोग झगड़े करने खत्म करने वाले नहीं है. So every profession, every generation, I would say, is going to have the proper, I would say, the litigation or the business, if I may say so. So remember that. Again, just to conclude my whatever few words, again I would say that you have joined a very good institute, make very good of it, give all of your efforts, and last but not the least, enjoy your college days. These days are not going to come back ever again. So thank you very much.
I request everyone to give Sir a standing ovation. Thank you, sir, for your empowering and inspiring words. Your presence here today is guiding force for all the young legal aspirants seated before you.
It is our honor to welcome Advocate Ranjan Nehru, a distinguished senior advocate with over 4 decades of experience in corporate law, arbitration, and regulatory practice. His visionary work continues to inspire the legal fraternity. I now request Ms. Shraddha Sonawne to kindly share a few words on Sir's life and professional journey.
Good morning, everyone present here. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Advocate Ranjan Nehru, sir. Advocate Ranjan Nehru, the managing partner and founder of Nehru and Company Advocates and Corporate Legal Consultants, has an illustrious legal career spanning over 35 years. He graduated from the prestigious Government Law College in 1979, a key institution for legal education in India. During his academic years, he developed a keen interest in corporate law, which eventually became the cornerstone of his practice. After completing his education, Advocate Nehru began his legal journey as a counsel in the Bombay High Court, where he worked under the mentorship of Justice Radhakrishnan, an experience that significantly shaped his legal skills and perspective. His exposure to the intricate workings of the judiciary in one of India's most prominent courts further honed his expertise in various aspects of law, particularly in complex commercial disputes and corporate law matters. In 1990, Advocate Ranjan Nehru took the bold step of establishing his own law firm, Nehru and Company in Pune, Maharashtra. Under his leadership, Nehru and Company transformed into one of the leading law firms in Pune, offering comprehensive legal solutions to a broad spectrum of clients. The firm's services have expanded to include corporate law, taxation, banking, finance, property law, intellectual property, and employment law, catering to both Indian and international clients. Nehru and Company is recognized for its strong presence in corporate advisory, foreign investments, and dispute resolution, including arbitration and litigation. Advocate Nehru is widely regarded for his expertise in structuring intricate corporate transactions, which often require a deep understanding of tax, corporate, and security laws. He has a reputation for providing strategic legal advice on mergers and acquisitions, foreign collaborations, and investments. His firm has played a crucial role in advising several multinational companies, financial institutions, and governmental authorities in Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, abroad, including Germany, France, and the United States. His legal practice spans a diverse range of sectors, including banking and finance, real estate, intellectual property, and labor laws. Advocate Nehru has worked on several high-profile cases and transactions, helping clients navigate complex legal frameworks and regulatory landscapes. His knowledge extends beyond legal advice to encompass practical strategies for clients looking to expand their business operations in India and abroad. In addition to his corporate legal practice, Sir has been actively involved in alternate dispute resolution, especially arbitration and mediation. He is the founder member and currently serves as the chairman director of the Institute of Arbitration and Mediation, a public limited company aimed at promoting the use of arbitration and mediation in resolving legal disputes. Advocate Nehru's focus on arbitration stems from his belief in the importance of expeditious and cost-effective dispute resolution mechanisms. His firm has represented clients in various arbitration proceedings, ensuring that disputes are resolved in a manner that is both legally sound and commercially viable. Nehru and Company is particularly known for its cross-border expertise handling transactions and disputes that span multiple jurisdictions. The firm's international reach allows it to assist clients in navigating complex international legal frameworks, regulatory compliance, cross-border mergers and acquisitions, whether dealing with foreign investments or corporate restructuring or intellectual property issues. Advocate Nehru and his team offer highly skilled legal counsel that is both forward-thinking and rooted in a deep understanding of international legal principles, wealth of knowledge and experience to inspire the next generation of legal professionals. Advocate Ranjan Nehru's legal career stands as a testament to his dedication, expertise, passion for corporate law. As a founder and managing director of Nehru and Company, he has successfully built a law firm that has become synonymous with excellence in corporate legal services. With a legacy of success and commitment to legal innovation, Advocate Nehru remains a significant figure in the legal community. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome Advocate Ranjan Nehru, sir.
Good morning, everybody. After the words that she has spoken, I'm a little, wondering what I should say now. But anyway, be that as it may, I would firstly like to feel that I'm privileged to be here at this Balaji University campus on a very important day when you have already entered into this profession. You are in the academics of this profession. You will enter into the profession later. Distinguished guests, chief guest, and members of the faculty and students, I welcome you all on this occasion. Much as I would like to talk about many things that pertain to the domain of corporate law, considering the paucity of time and the limitation that I have, I will be restricting myself to a few things only. I would like to, in fact, enhance upon what Mr. Advocate Arande has said, that he has talked about the times when he started the profession. You can roughly imagine the time when I started the profession. At that moment of time, our seniors would tell us that first 5 years is spent only in understanding, knowing your clients, how to talk to your clients. You understand that? Just to talk to your clients, it takes about 5 years, and then you can study law and enhance your learning of law. That was the time. And today, it's a momentous occasion. It's a wonderful opportunity for all young talent to display their prowess in in the profession of law. I will just like to narrow my little talk on panorama of business and corporate law, since much has been talked about corporate law and my association with corporate law in diverse forms. I would like to start with something different. One of the most important things which is to be kept in mind, a lawyer has to have a broad perspective, a broad spectrum. If you think that you are going to be a lawyer just by studying a bit of thing here and there, that will not work. You may be, like Mr. Arande has said, Advocate Arande has said, he's a practitioner in medical legal things, for example. He has to understand medical aspects. If you're dealing in finance and your client has a matter of relating to finance, you have to understand a bit of economics. You have to understand what is finance. You have to understand what is money. The perspective of a lawyer is very broad. He has to understand many things. he has to have a varied stance. So, since you are addressing varied situations, the lawyer has to understand the basics of law. What are the two basics of law that you understand generally? There are, when you go, because you're just starting, you will understand that law has two main fundamental branches: substantive law and procedural law. But I will say that there are three important ways in order to understand the nature of law. The nature of law I would divide in three things. Imperative law means law that asks you to do this, to do that. Interpretative law and implementational law. We always talk about law and justice. What is law? Law is a substance. It is a diverse collection of procedural and substantive laws. But implementation, interpretation is a very important aspect of law. Every now and then you find a law that is made, it has to be interpreted. And the interpretation is in a liquid state. So I say, imperative law is solid state. Interpretative law is liquid state. And implementational law is in the gaseous state. I'm giving a very strange analogy, you might not have heard it, but something that is very solid is imperative law. That means in black and white. The law that tells you, say you might have heard of the 10 Commandments of Moses, or you might have heard of the injunctions that have been provided by various civilizations in terms of what is proper and what is not proper for human societies and human beings. These are in the nature of imperative laws. But why I'm talking about that is, that will go a little further, because the entire edifice of laws comes from something greater and deeper, which is called natural law. Have you heard about natural law? We are governed in this world by natural laws which are not seen, which is not tabulated, which is not written in the form of a constitution. All the laws that we follow today are evolutes of the natural law. And human beings are supposed to live in a society in accordance with natural law. That means we have a system where the unit lives for the whole and the whole lives for the unit. That is the balance in which human beings live. That is where from all the laws have emanated. But what is happening today? In the name of, there is one section of, there is a civilizational clash today. One civilization will say that what we are saying is correct. Another civilization growing at a different part of the world is saying we are correct and this is the law. And so on and so forth. Then there is, but what is important, I would like to give an example of, in a scale of 0 to 10, one civilization might be at the level of 1. Another civilization could be at the level of 7. All are learning, all are evolving. But if one civilization were to tell the other civilization that you are wrong, you don't know what is right, it will be a sorry state of affairs. No wonder today we have so much of divisiveness in the whole society, in the whole world. There are wars between nations, there are wars between groups, there are wars between religions, because we don't understand the civilizational aspect of learning. We have to allow each other that much of grace and scope. So, but this is a subject which is a very deep subject which needs a deeper understanding. Perhaps some other time, whenever, if there is any other time, I would like to speak on this at length. But today, since we have a limitation of time, I will speak only on the bare facts. We will talk about international law, for example. Interpretational law. Interpretational law involves jurisprudence, interpretation of statutes, and contracts. This is the interpretative aspect of law. First, I talk about the imperative, directive, order. You do this, you do right. This is right, this is wrong, this is what you have to follow. Second is that you have said A, B, C. These are imperatives of law. What is the interpretation of that law? We get into trouble if somewhere we say that this is to be done in this way. We have to face situations which are changing situations. As my learned friend, Dr. Irande said, the situation changes from time to time. It is an evolving situation. There is no, artificial intelligence cannot take over. Because, why it cannot take over? Because there's the third element of implementational law. Imperative law, interpretational law, and imperative law. Implementational law. Now, what does implementational law mean? Law and justice. Law is what is law. These are the commandments. Now, the interpretation has to become. The interpretation changes according to the facts and circumstances of a case. No two cases are ever the same. At least I have not come across a situation where two cases are identical. Now, what is it? The cases have to be processed. How do the cases get processed? In human conscience. Because deeper than the laws is the human conscience. That is what is the element of justice. Don't we always say law and justice? In addition to law and justice, we also talk about law and equity. These are terms that you'll understand. You are in the first year now. When you study jurisprudence, you will study basics of law. You will understand what law, justice, and equity means. Coming back to what I said earlier, that artificial intelligence cannot provide justice, equity, the understanding of a situation. Why is it that the Constitution of India has gone 106 amendments so far? 106. If the law were so static, it would have been there once declared in 1950, at the time of promulgation of the Indian Constitution. It would have been there everlasting all the time. But the society is changing, times are changing, problems are changing. So across the times, at every juncture, we have to find laws and interpret them and apply them to the situations. Today, the situation is far different than the situation it was 20 years ago. So, the implementational law needs constant adaptation. So, we have at every law, there are some of the things that happen in every statute, depending on the facts and circumstances of the case. There's a caveat. This kind of a caveat comes often in statutes, depending on the facts and circumstances of the case. So that means the law does not lay down there that what is to be done. It depends on human interpretation, that what is just and fair in a given situation, which AI cannot do. AI cannot decide what is just and fair. Only the human processing mechanism, which is very deep, which has its roots in natural law, will be able to fathom that. No machine can do that. No artificial intelligence can do that. So don't be afraid that lawyers will go out of profession. But I would like to urge a very important thing. I would like to make a distinction between what is an advocate and what is a lawyer. An advocate is a person, there's nothing wrong with the term, kindly don't misunderstand. I'm urging you to become lawyers, not advocates. Sorry to say this. Not there's anything wrong with the word lawyer, advocate. Advocate is adversarial. That means you are for your client, he is for his client. But once you are in a court of law, you are an officer of the court, you have to assist in interpretation, enunciation of law. That time you become non-partisan. That is the difference between a jurist and a common. We are not agents. A lawyer is not an agent of his client. He is subservient to law and justice. That is why it is called a noble profession. You are entering a noble profession, not just clerks. You have to interpret things and situations. And once you become a lawyer, that's what I urge. Lawyer means a person who is involved in dispensation of law. A person who is involved in dispensation of law. I'm afraid advocates today take adversarial roles. I'm representing this person, I'm representing that party. Of course you do that. A client hires you to be representing his interest. But as a lawyer, do you know that you have a right not to take the case of a client if you think that is not fair? If you think your conscience does not allow you. This is what is illegal ethics. We have today forgotten that. Because this is something that needs to be understood at the inception. And you are at the inception of law. And that you go with your mindset that I have to be a practitioner of law. Not just an advocate, advocating somebody. Then I'm just like an agent. I'm not an agent. I am a practitioner of law. Kindly understand that. This is one important thing I would like to share with you. Become LR, lawyer, LR dot, doctor, DR dot. Don't be ADV. ADVs, of course, I'm not demeaning the word ADV, but try to understand the context in which I'm saying this. ADV means as if you're advocating somebody's cause only. You have to advocate the cause of truthfulness, uprightness. That is what is needed in law today. Perhaps it may not be significant today, but after 5 years, when you jump in the profession as a practitioner, you will realize that these things will become more important than ever before. Then only you will gain the respect and honor. I hope you understand what I mean. Then I already talked about some of the main things, and I don't want to cross the time limits I keep on speaking and speaking. That's why I got this notes. I thought I should not be going beyond time, and I'll be speaking so many things, and we don't want to transgress the time. Perhaps there'll be occasions when your faculty will be able to share these ideas with you, and many things to share, really. And I would have liked to talk about commercial law. What is business? Business is what undertakes, it's an undertaking of every human being, every nation. Don't you find today Mr. Trump is fighting over his rights for money? Ultimately, it's money which lets you two environments when you are living in a socio-economic environment. One is your interpersonal relations with other human beings. That's part of law. Other is how you earn money. That is about corporate law. That is about business law. When I'm saying corporate law, please, corporate law is a very loose term. Actually, I am talking about business law. Business law means how to survive in a situation, when we talk about ecology, We are not only talking about the ecology of nature, the environment, we are talking of the business ecology also. How, because is there anybody in this world who does not need money? Is there any nation which does not need money? How can you survive in the world without money? So corporate law is a guide for you to help people, not to fight necessarily, but to guide them on the right way, to be in tune with law so that they don't have to waste their time. I sometimes tell my clients, I wish you had met a corporate or business lawyer first before you even started a small-time enterprise like a startup. Even startup needs guidance. Sorry to say, sometimes they take guidance from chartered accountants. They have nothing to do with law. And they land up in difficulties. Not that chartered accountant is a specialist in his own field, as much as a lawyer is a specialist in his own field. So he guides you through your way in business. In business, there are 2 or 3 things. One is the startup laws. When you start a business, you have to guide a person how to start a business. Second, you have to guide a person how to continue the business. That is the procedure of business. Continuation of business, you have to comply with certain regulations, whether it is starting a business, whether it is borrowing money from financial institutions, because you have to need money. I'm jumping this thing because I've just, again, for want of time, do you understand what is money? To be able to understand what is business law, you have to first understand what is money. Many of us don't even understand money. If you don't understand money, how do you understand instruments of business like negotiable instruments? Do you understand currency which we use is also a negotiable instrument? Check alone is not a negotiable instrument. Anyway, these are many things that you will come to know in business law, because why I'm trying to say is this, that business law is a different mind game. Today, when you come across lawyers, again, I'm sorry to say this, a traditional lawyer will not understand business. So they have to come to a corporate law. I'm not trying to enhance my profession or the area of the profession that I'm in, because since I am part of the corporate business or business law, I'm talking about this naturally. Corporate law is about the entire spectrum of business. So a corporate lawyer needs to guide his client in the right direction so that he does not waste his time. If he is guided properly at the inception, he can do much better. And I said, law is not necessary for fighting. Law is necessary for guiding. It has a constructive role to play, not necessarily destructing and pulling each other's throat. That is not the lawyer. That's not necessarily what a lawyer is. And lawyer's role has been put as somebody, he's a liar. Lawyer, a liar, or liar is somebody who's doing not truthfulness. That is completely wrong. Lawyer has to uphold the highest dignity of the profession. That is to be truthful, to be honest, and to be work with integrity. Anyway, that is many things, much as that I would have like to talk about many things, but on account of the paucity of time, I'd like to conclude my little talk with you and express my sincere gratitude to all the members of the distinguished institution, guests of honor who have been listening to this along with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your profound and inspiring words. Your valuable insights have not only enriched this gathering, but will also serve as a guiding light for our students. I request everyone to give sir a standing ovation. We are privileged to extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava, a distinguished figure for his remarkable contributions in the legal field. We invite Dr. Jiva Shitoye sir, advisor of SBUP schools, to offer a bouquet as a symbol of a sincere admiration.
We are honored to welcome Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava, a dynamic in criminal law, known for his fearless advocacy in high-profile cases across India, and for representing the nation in international forums like the British Parliament, where he was conferred with the Mahatma Gandhi Samman. May I now request Ms. Suashri Mahapatra to kindly deliver a formal introduction highlighting the life and distinguished contributions of Sir.
Good morning, everyone. It is said that when courage meets conviction and knowledge meets purpose, greatness is inevitable. Today, it is in our honor to welcome such a personality, a name that echoes within the corridors of justice, Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava. Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava, the founder of AA Associates Legal Consultants, is a prominent senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India. With a distinguished legal career that spans over 14 years, he has gained widespread recognition for his expertise in high-profile legal matters across multiple jurisdictions. He is the founder of AA Associates, a law firm that operates not only in India but also internationally with offices in Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Dubai, and New Jersey. Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava is highly regarded for his handling of complex legal cases, which include corporate litigation, financial frauds, criminal law, enforcement cases, and arbitration matters. His approach to law combines a deep knowledge of legal principles with a commitment to ensuring justice. His career is a testament to his hard work, dedication, and exceptional legal acumen. Over the years, he has earned a reputation for his skillful representation of multinational corporations, real estate developers, infrastructure firms, and individuals involved in intricate legal disputes. Over the years, Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava has received numerous awards and recognitions for his contributions to the legal field. His achievements have been recognized not only in India but also internationally. One of the most notable awards he received was the Mahatma Gandhi Samman in 2017. His prestigious award was presented to him at the British Parliament in London by the Honourable Minister of Britain, acknowledging his exemplary work in law. Advocate Srivastava's accomplishments have also earned him recognition at various international forums where he has been lauded for his expertise and success in both legal practice and arbitration. These accolades have enhanced his stature as a global leader, and his name is often associated with excellence in the legal profession. He once stated, "The biggest risk in life is not to take the risk," reflecting his belief in the importance of calculated risks in both life and law. The mindset has shaped his approach to legal practice, which combines dedication, innovative thinking, and a strong sense of justice. Sir's legal journey is marked by hard-earned success, a strong commitment to justice, and an unyielding focus on delivering effective legal solutions to his clients. His global presence, combined with his extensive experience and expertise in corporate, criminal, and arbitration law, makes him one of the leading figures in the Indian and international legal communities. It would be a huge honor for us to welcome him with a huge round of applause. Please, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. I would like to thank the Chancellor, the Principal, all the honorary guests present here, the professors, and all the wonderful students sitting here. So, very warm welcome to all of you. I'm really, really glad to be a part of this event today. I would like to also, say that it's really an honor to be a part of such a great institution like Sri Balaji, and I'm very thankful for all the invitation, and also I feel that you are going to be, wonderful lawyers in future, considering the repute of this grand institution. And I know that Sri Bala Subramaniam was a great man who established this institute. And I wish you all the best and success which you will have in future. My friends, I had an opportunity to travel to The Hague, the International Court of Justice, which is there in Hague, Netherlands. And this is where I understood, as to what is a lawyer. As my senior learned friend who explained the difference between advocate and lawyer. So I completely agree that one has to be a lawyer. And how this evolved, that even I was not knowing when I had a practice. I started my career when I was 18 years old, and I was doing my law, but I got many opportunities in different MNCs, and I was working for different work because that was my necessity also. And, and it's been now 25 years I completed in my career, out of which 19 years into law. And many people, they say, because I'm always associated with all young people like you. So people ask me, you are too young to look like you have practiced this much, So I say long years back, I had decided not to cross 23. So I'm just maintaining that. And some days back only, I celebrated 25 years of my career at the age of 23. So all thanks to my young friends who keep me going. So before I come to the International Court of Justice, I would like to just say to start a legal practice is not that easy, but also not that tough. I remember when I started, I left all my work and I thought that now the time has come that I should start practicing. So I could get an office with some rental, whatever I had in my pocket. And I started, So it was like a small office with broken chair, broken table. So it took me many years, to make and to build everything the way I wanted. So now, as somebody explained about me and said that we have like many offices now, owned offices in India and also in abroad. So I think the dedication and hard work that really pays you well, and this is what it happened. So I remember when I started, I used to sit even till 4 a.m. in my office, and by 9 a.m. again back to my office after going home, taking shower, some rest, and back. So with the kind of dedication and hard work, everything is achievable and it can be achieved. Yes, everybody will have a different way of achievement. Everybody will have different situation in life, and you will have to choose the path, whatever is available to you. So it will be different for different people, that is for sure. There is no any formula to achieve anything or to be successful. It is just your own hard work, your mental ability, and also the dedication and your decisions what you make. And I have always been a believer of the fact that if you have to learn from the mistakes of others. If you try to learn from your own mistakes, the entire life will be too small to learn. So I have been following that only. Even though if you learn from the mistakes of others, there would be chances that you might make some mistakes, but that mistakes will be an additional experience for you, to proceed in life. So I was coming to this International Court of Justice. So there, if you go, any of you, you can go whenever you get opportunity. They have a nice kind of a, they have made a place there which will explain you as to how it evolved, what is the importance of lawyer, what was the, how the lawyers got created. So the basic story was that, it was after basically the First World War, and we know that when there is any dispute between two countries, the only option they choose is to fight against each other. And whoever succeeds, can claim whatever that country was claiming. And because of that, many of the soldiers used to die, their families used to suffer. Considering all these aspects, this was decided by some of the scholars that there should be, a court, international court, and there all these disputes should be referred, and it will be a peaceful way of settlement where the judges will take a call and will decide what is right, what is wrong. Even though the international court is not having a power of even a magistrate, it cannot, enforce its own orders. But yes, for the international respect, United Nations, all those countries which are part, they generally respect those orders. So basically, it was something where instead of using sharp weapons, it was the skill of lawyers who should come in picture rather than using force, power, weapons. It was, converted into intellectual way of handling things. And all these warriors got converted to lawyers. So basically, now these warriors, they fight, but not with weapons, but with their skills, with their knowledge, and with their intellect. So this is how I realized, for the first time, okay, as to how the lawyers evolved and what are their roles and responsibilities in a society. So as my friend rightly said, that it is a very responsible job. It is not only that your client, you have to focus as to how he wins. Yes, that is equally important because you are hired for that. But maintaining the ethics is equally very important. I have been close to Mr. Ram Jethmalani. So Ram Jethmalani was my mentor for some time, and I met him in 2011 when I had one case in which there were three different directors, and one of the directors was represented by Mr. Ram Jethmalani, and I was handling for the other director. And this is how we met, and I got to learn a lot of things from him. So once I remember I was traveling with him, and he asked me, Ashutosh, I never asked you, though we met in the court, but you tell me as to what is your practice? So I simply said, sir, I'm not as fortunate as you because to choose my cases, the cases choose me, so I practice, all different kind of cases. So he laughed at me and said, my son, soon the time will come when you will be choosing your cases and you concentrate on the criminal side more. I don't know why he said. And after that, I am getting most of the cases which are criminal in nature and doing well too. So I'm very thankful to his blessings. And to further, to learn, I used to meet him at 2 Akbar Road in Delhi, whenever I used to go to my office in Delhi. And once, Miss Lata Krishnamurthy, who was there, who's a practicing lawyer, so we were sitting at his residence, and she was telling me a story of Sri Ram Jethmalani ji when there was a case in Trichy. So it was a case where some Swami was arrested or something, some allegations by a woman. So he was actually representing this Mr. Swami. So she told me that at that time we used to go to some Bangalore or Chennai, and from there we used to go by train, and in Trichy, one car used to pick us, and we used to go to the court. And while going, there were hundreds of, protesters, and they used to say, Ram, go back, like that. So that was very interesting for me to understand. So I said, then what was his reaction? No, nothing. He was sitting in the car, he was reading his brief. He was not bothered who all were standing there outside. And some years back, I learned this. Some years back, I got a case from one place called Muzaffarpur, which is in the state of Bihar. Now, if you go back and you can Google it. So there was a blast in a factory in Muzaffarpur, in the boiler. And many people died, actually, in this blast. Even their body parts were not traceable. It was such a big disaster and blast. So somehow, with some reference, my office was called up because the CMO, Chief Minister Office, had, given a tweet that we are taking actions against the factory owners. It was also tweeted from the PMO that the actions are being taken. And the FIR was registered against the directors of that particular noodle company it was. So it came to me, and the bail was obviously tough because it was covered by many of the news channels. You can see all the national news channels, they were showing that because of the negligence, because of this, because of that, many people died. And the directors of that factory, the company, should be punished as soon as possible. So this is what the narrative was made. So when it came, we took it, and I had to go there. We filed for the anticipatory bail of both the directors. The directors were basically husband and wife. So we filed it in Muzaffarpur. So when I went, we had some opinion from people, and they were very much negative. They said, no, these people should be hanged, because many people have died. They should be punished. Thereafter, there were many protests. As I said, I explained about that Trichy case. So there were protesters, thousands of people on road protesting, some political parties involved. So it was a difficult situation also. So it was during the time of pandemic when the courts had just started functioning. So we went with our team. And, the same court granted bail. Why it granted, I tell you now. As lawyer, now as I said, coming back to my learned friend who said, don't be advocate, be a lawyer. Now, what does the law say in this situation? The law says, if you see, now we have BNSS, earlier it was CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code. Now, if you see section 4 of CRPC, sorry if I'm going too technical, but I will try that you understand that. It says that to proceed in any criminal law, the technical issue has to be handled by the existing law. For instance, if there is any money laundering matter, obviously PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, will apply, the provisions of it. If it is any matter related to drugs, then NDPS will apply. Similarly, when there is a blast or any accident in a factory, the Factories Act will apply. Now, what does the Factories Act 1948 say? It says that if there is any accident or any incidents in a factory, first of all, the state government has to appoint an inspector. This inspector will go and will inspect the factory and will find out as to what was the cause of such an accident. For instance, the blast in this case. Based on the report and recommendations of this, person, the state government will further decide what actions to be taken, whether the FIR should be registered or not. Now, in this case, I explained that the incidence happens on a particular so and so date, and on the same date the FIR is registered. So, no rule of law has been applied. No procedures have been followed by the police officials. They cannot work under the pressure of any government or a political party. They have to apply their minds, which they have failed. And based on the pressures, they have just registered the FIR, which is not maintainable in law. This is defective. This is what Section 105 of Factories Act says. This is one of it. Then secondly, for a boiler, there are 100 or 200 different parts which are purchased from a manufacturing, company. And there are, all the warranties of all these parts for further 2 years. These are all new parts purchased. Every, invoice was shown to the court. Apart from that, the state government appoints, an expert to do the inspection and to certify, and which gives a license for continuing the business or to issue the license for the boiler. And this license was also granted by the same state government, and it is valid like for another 6 months. So even the inspection was not required, and the person who operates such a boiler had the license which he is required to possess. So it was simply an accident, and this is how the insurance companies they function. If there will not be any accident, there is no existence, there is no requirement of any insurance company. And in the same year, we know that one army chief who also died by, I think a chopper crash in south somewhere. So I said, why not FIR should be registered for the manufacturer of that, particular, chopper company. So this is an accident. Accident has to be taken into that respect. It cannot be treated as that, the crime has taken place. And so these directors, this company had followed all the procedures laid down under the law, and both of them deserve to be granted bail on these grounds. I knew that if it is rejected, we were supposed to go to the High Court, but we were lucky enough that the same court granted the bail. And while the argument was taking place, I could see the crowd, coming up because it was a small place. So many people who were, not happy with the incidents. But, even people have to understand that, every incident cannot be treated as if it was done with the criminal intent. And that is very, very important for any lawyer to understand that. See, wherever I go in any colleges, I know young students, they want to know the real practice, how it works. Because it was some years back, I was sitting where you are sitting. So I had many questions when I was sitting at that side. I used to ask whoever used to come, like me, when I'm standing in front of you. So, my friends, whenever I go, I always try that at least one case which I have experienced, the way I have handled, may be good or bad, but I always want to, tell it. And I further learned one thing. My learned friend just now spoke about ethics. That is very, very important, I think, because everyone has to be ethical in this profession. And this is how, you make your reputation. It takes time. I used to think that making reputation and, overcoming all that, following ethics, it will take long, long years. It will be, I don't know what will happen. But believe me, it takes you to a different level. You have to follow this. You must follow it. And you must decide for yourself what cases are you going to take when you become a lawyer. And even you have a client who is not able to pay you much, but his case is very important and interesting, and you feel that this case can change, the system, and it is required to be taken in the interest of people, in the interest of social, obligations. You must take it, even if there is no money involved. And I assure you, within some time, it will pay you like anything, even in the financial way. In the, apart from the reputation, what you will be making. So I learned one more thing from Shri Ram Jethmalani ji that when you lose a case, don't lose your client. The client must have trust in you that you have done your best. Now, if the situation is that you have lost the case and now you have lost the client also, but never lose the court, have the confidence of the court should be there in you, that you have to maintain. And the most important advice, like if you lose all three of them, you lost your case, you lost your client, you lost the court also, but never lose your conscience. That is very, very important to be successful in your profession. And I'm sure with the able principal, professors, and all the faculty members here, I'm sure you all are going to be the most successful lawyers in future. I think I will not take too much of a time from all of you because there are other also guests here waiting. So thank you so much, everyone. Wishing you all the success in your life. It was pleasure, talking to all of you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and enriching words. Your experience and advice will certainly inspire our students and pursue excellence. I request everyone to give a round of applause.
We are honored to welcome Dr. Amit Andre, a renowned entrepreneur and technologist, the founder and CEO of the Data Tech Labs INC. With over 20 years of global experience, Dr. Andre has left transformative work in AI, digital learning, and enterprise solutions, empowering millions through innovation and education. May I now request Ms. Gayatri Garge to kindly introduce Sir's journey.
Good morning, everyone present. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Amit Andre, sir. Dr. Amit Andre is a distinguished entrepreneur and technologist renowned for his expertise in digital transformation, AI-driven solutions, and enterprise learning. As the founder and chief executive officer at the Data Tech Labs Incorporations, TDTL, Dr. Andre has been at the forefront of pioneering advancement in the technology space. The company, which has its headquarters in United States with operations in Pune, India, and Dubai, provides innovative solutions across various sectors, including healthcare, education, banking, and manufacturing. Under his leadership, TDTL has grown to be a leading player in digital transformation, aiming to reshape the way businesses function through AI, cloud computing, and data science. Dr. Andre's academic journey reflects his deep commitment to both technological and business excellence. He holds dual PhDs, one in data science analytics from California State University, Northridge, and another in artificial intelligence from Florida University. To further complement his technical expertise, Dr. Andre has pursued multiple MBAs, including a specialized MBA in leadership and sustainability from the University of Cumbria, and another in International Business and Information Technology from IIBM Pune. These academic achievements form the backbone of his entrepreneurial endeavors, equipping him with a unique blend of skills in technology and business leadership. Dr. Andre's professional career spans over 21 years in the tech industry, during which he has worked with multinational corporations across 87 countries. His extensive experience spans regions such as Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, where he gained first-hand insights into business dynamics of diverse markets. This international exposure has been instrumental in shaping his strategic thinking and global business outlook. Before founding TDTL, Dr. Andre served in various leadership roles, contributing to the digital transformation of enterprises and honing his expertise in AI, cloud computing, and data analytics. The company's flagship programs in AI for India aims to provide free upskilling initiatives to 25 lakh individuals as a part of collaboration with the Ministry of Education and NASSCOM. Empowering citizens with the skill required to succeed in technology-driven world, through TDTL, Dr. Andre has trained over 50 lakh professionals globally.
furthering his mission to make India the AI capital of the world. Sir has been invited to speak at numerous global forums, including GTEx Global, DevFest Pune, and the ASMA Higher Education Summit. His expertise in AI, cloud computing, and data science has earned him recognition as an influential figure in the tech industry. Notably, he was awarded the Best Innovation Award in 2017 for his contribution to the tech ecosystem. Sir's recognition as a global speaker and his Best Innovation Award further validates his contribution to the tech world. Dr. Amit Andre stands as a beacon of inspiration for entrepreneurs, technologists, and educators alike. With a huge round of applause, let us all welcome Dr. Amit Andre, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. All the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, teachers and students. I'm the only odd man out, not being a lawyer here. But the most important topic which I want to speak today, and probably I would request all of you to explore in the law field for India, is certainly where the industry is going. Everybody, as you are aware, is talking about AI, is talking about AI taking jobs, AI taking up professions, and there are a lot of myths around it. So, idea today, I'm sure that each one of you has experienced AI in some or the other form. Now, am I right? Yes? Good. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. So, which means that AI has already touched our lives, and it's going to further enhance. So, before we talk about artificial intelligence, let's try to understand, why do you think AI is taking over? What is your opinion? Any guesses? Okay, fantastic. It is fast. What else? Sorry? It can learn easily and fast. Okay. I'm looking for a specific term. You are very close to it, but that terminology is very important. More result, less time. In single word, can you tell me what does your statement? Sorry? Very good. Efficiency. The reason AI is being adopted in all the professions, including your profession, including law field as such, is with an objective to be more efficient. So that is the fundamental need. So if use of technology or use of artificial intelligence is making you efficient, then you can say that yes, you are doing or adopting AI correctly. If it is just another system, just another technology, just another tool, then it doesn't make any sense, and we cannot call it artificially intelligent segment. Now, one important myth which needs to be busted here right now is artificial intelligence, or it is not about human versus machines. It has never been about human versus machines. It has always been about humans with machines. Because artificial intelligence, even if it has to work into the legal field, needs a legal expert for a machine to get trained. So fundamentally what happens in the industry is, in the AI team, there are three types of people who work. First type of people are technology experts, जो programming, engineers and all that करते हैं. Second type of people are statisticians and analysis, जो analytics, mathematical calculations, formulas, algorithms पे काम करते हैं. And third type of people, which are very important, which tell these statisticians and tech people on what to do and what is expected, which are known as domain experts. It could be lawyers, doctors, artists, poets, musicians, anybody. Because AI is touching each domain today. So if a lawyer trains an algorithm correctly, AI is going to be efficient. And then only we would talk about platforms or tools like legality.ai, which defines the efficiency. So it is, once again, I would like to repeat my statement. It is not about human versus machines. It is just change in the way efficient lawyers needs to work. It is change the way, from the business perspective, revenue planning needs to be done by a particular company. It could be a law firm, but strategically for a company. Ultimately, we all work to generate revenues, to earn money, right? Hello? So if you can probably complete your thesis or cases, probably अगर आज एक case खत्म करने को, see, I am not sure about how does legal industry works, but let's say to work on a particular case, to study, analyze, आपको एक हफ्ता लगता है, and if by using few algorithms, you can have the summary in maybe an hour or so, probably you will be able to do more cases, which will certainly help you to enhance your business revenue. Ultimately, navigating it to efficiency. Am I right? Are you all with me? So, coming to the other part and most important part, which more aligns with the legal field when it comes to AI, see, artificial intelligence to work correctly needs a lot of data. If your data is correct, your AI models will work correctly. And that is an area today India as a country is working on to create lot of governance. And that is an area expertise from young lawyers would be required to define the correct data protection laws, data privacy laws, to define policies. 10-12 साल पहले UK में GDPR launch हुआ था. So we are at least 12 to 15 years behind. हमारे इंडिया में I think 2021 में first set of DPDP Act आया है, which is Data Protection Privacy Law. And it is still evolving. It is still evolving. And there is a lot of work needs to be done. So in coming days, the way technology is evolving, the lot of data is getting generated. And policies to work with ethical, efficient data and manage it is going to be a major concern in coming days. If I have to tell you a statistics of today, in 1 second, 190 lakh terabytes of data is being transacted as we speak here. That is the amount of data which is getting generated up WhatsApp, network, SMS, Facebook, Tinder, all the platforms. That is the amount of data which is getting transacted. That's where probably deepfake or fraudulent transactions or cybercrime comes into the picture. So the policies which will monitor, maintain, and define the law of correct use of this data and AI algorithms, maybe industry specific, maybe public specific, is a huge area of work which needs to be done by experts like you who are starting your career right now. And that's an area where probably there would be lot of opportunities in coming days. So when you evaluate and work with transactional verticals like probably criminal or whatever different segments are, everything today also is governed by data which you are manually working. However, if you adopt with tools like artificial intelligence, converting or getting a step ahead with generative AI and using tools like ChatGPT, Perplexity or legality in terms of AI, navigating it to the next part of agentic AI, which is again evaluating. Now what is it? So अभी ChatGPT तो सबने explore किया ही है. Good. So the way ChatGPT is responding, I'm sure that you might have tried that if you ask a question to a ChatGPT, you will get a response from it. And if the same question is asked by your friends, he or she will get a different response, which means that ChatGPT is responding differently to different people for the same question. Am I right? Try kiya hai? Why do you think this is happening? The fundamental logic behind the entire platform here is whenever you plan to use a tool like open source tool like ChatGPT, you will have to give your email ID, which by default creates a persona about you. What is a persona? Which means that it gets access to your digital behavior. What are you doing? What emails are you getting? कौन से banks के mail आ रहे हैं? Instagram में कौन follow कर रहा है? क्या transactions कर रहे हो? क्या social media में blogs लिख रहे हो? Everything is getting analyzed, and then it creates a perception about you that you are this kind of a person. You like something of this kind, and that's how it starts responding. Now this is version 1, which was launched 4 years back. Today, in the latest version, we talk about context engineering. So ChatGPT started with generative AI, moving to prompt science, and then moving to context science today. Now context science tries to analyze the aspect of what is right and what is wrong here. What is the context of you behaving like this? And then responses. And the industries we are talking about, different set of responses with the help of agents which are happening, whether it's supply chain, whether it's inventory, whether it's human resources, any of that fragment. And all of this has a lot of data. So it's very important that in your career also, you define that you use correct data practices and work on setting up correct data policies in different segments. Now, I would like to tell you a small case study, probably an experience, a very basic fundamental. The reason I want to tell you this case study is, I want you to know that artificial intelligence is not a tech-driven industry. It is a mindset-driven industry on what you need to achieve. So Ford Motors is headquartered in Michigan. And there was a truck driver in United States who bought a Ford truck, a brand new Ford truck from the showroom in Michigan. He was very happy that he was able to buy a new truck, brand new truck from Ford Motors. He went home, took his daughter, and went to a nearest ice cream parlor to celebrate. Now what happened is, he bought a chocolate ice cream and came back to the truck, and both of them and the entire family enjoyed and went back home. A day after, they came to the same ice cream shop because it was near to their house. And today, they bought a strawberry ice cream and came back to the truck. But truck didn't work. शुरू ही नहीं हो रहा था. Seized. And they couldn't identify any flaw in that. After trying and waiting for 20-25 minutes, वो शुरू हो गया. And then they went home. Now this started repeating. And then he called a customer service center of Ford Motors and informed them that his truck is behaving weird. Whenever he buys a chocolate ice cream, truck is good, happy and works well. But whenever he buys a strawberry ice cream, he thinks that truck doesn't like strawberry ice cream, so truck is not starting. It seizes. And they had to wait for 20 minutes, half an hour time. All of that, with all of this particular information, they defined the technicians, the engineers who came across, who spoke, test the engine, tried to repair everything, but nothing worked. They tried to solve this problem for roughly 9-10 months, but they changed the truck. For every truck, the same problem was coming. And there was nothing happening. They were not able to resolve it. Thanks. And then the researchers came into the picture who analyzed the 360-degree impact on what's actually happening. Or I would, in probably your term, I would say they investigated. They investigated what's happening. And this is not technologists. These are standard researchers who research on everything what is happening in that particular probably crime site is what we call in your terms. So what happened is, the data point after getting all the information, the fundamental data point which came is Michigan generally has -30 and below temperature, which is -30 to -50 degrees Celsius. All 12 months is the temperature in Michigan. Now, truck or an engine which is on is generating some heat. If it is generating a heat and not moving, the power in -30 degrees Celsius stops the engine for 20 minutes. That's the law of physics. So what used to happen is, the chocolate ice cream, which was just near the counter, the truck driver used to come back within 3 minutes. So engine was working fine. But when he used to buy a strawberry ice cream, which was somewhere behind the counter, he took more than 3 minutes. So if the engine is on and not moving for more than 3 minutes, in -30 degrees Celsius, it switches off automatically for 20 minutes. That's the impact of external factors and investigation. Now here, was there anything about automobile or mechanical engineering? Nothing. It was standard analysis of impact, which there could be internal and external factors. And those internal and external factors, to efficiently evaluate on whatever type of cases you work on, you require a lot of resources. And if you do the complete research in correct time, AI is gonna boost your career, business and revenue. As we all say or hear that AI is taking away a lot of jobs, the current statistics says that yes, AI is taking away a lot of job roles. There are roughly 400 odd job roles or professions which are getting closed. I think you might have heard the news of TCS last week. And many more are happening. But the important part to know here is, it is also creating 900 odd new job roles. And the focus is to skill, reskill and upskill yourself in this evolving and changing world of technology for every profession. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about a term called postman. सुना है? Teachers, of course, teachers ने तो को पता ही होगा. There used to be a time where there was a post box and a postman जहाँ पे postcards or letters and inland letters आते थे. The role has changed. Postman is still there. They're still working. Indian Post is still the largest department. And they're working into the same segment. Only the way of communicating has changed. And people have upskilled and skilled to improve the maximum efficiency. So overall, before I conclude our today's discussion, two things which I want you to take away. One is certainly everything you do is about efficiency in your profession, and whatever helps you to achieve the efficiency is your version of artificial intelligence, because it is artificial and you are going to govern it, not any external factor. Second, ask in your career, in your study, in your college, wherever you go, just remember one word: ask. Attitude, skill, and knowledge has to be taken care and proactively communicated. Ask as many as questions you have, ask as many as doubts you want to get it cleared with correct attitude, correct skill, and eminent knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. Your rich experience will undoubtedly motivate our students to strive for excellence with humility. I request everyone to give a standing ovation for that wonderful speech. The session is now open for questions and answers. Please keep your questions short and introduce yourself with your name and badge.
Good morning, sir. I am Shashikant Savan from LLB 3, Balaji Law College. My question to Mr. Ashutosh: tell us any experience about international case you have handled in UAE or anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. What I understood that you asked me about experiencing case either in UAE or US.
Yeah, anywhere.
Okay. See, you know, as lawyer, we do have offices everywhere, so many countries as well. But you know, to practice a law in a particular country, you need a proper license as well. So what we do basically is either the arbitration cases or some of the cases where you know you have to work in India. Maybe your client is in US or UAE. As actually I got late today to reach because I was in my Dubai office only and I came in the morning only just to attend this program. So there we had like many meetings where the cases are already you know pending in India. Also, the legal advice, what you can give it to your clients in the foreign countries as well, if you know the laws of that country and the problem and issues of your client, what they want and what they are going through. So this is how it you know goes.
So this means you have only interactive offices in other
Uh,
countries.
Yes, see, in those offices, even your foreign client can come and consult and you can advise. But if it comes to any other licensing requirement where you have to go to the court, you need to have local lawyers also hired, which we even do in India. For instance, today I have a hearing like in Bangalore in the chamber of the Chief Justice, Karnataka High Court, though I have sent one my colleague today. But we have our local lawyer also on whose name the wakalatnama and the petition is filed. So you can go and argue the matter here also. It is the same thing in a way.
Okay, fine, clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to you also.
Good morning, everyone. My question is for all the honorable guests present here. A month before Trump posted a video on Twitter X, Obama being arrested. Who will be responsible for the defamation of Obama? Is the AI responsible, or the Twitter, or the Trump?
Please repeat your question once again.
So my question is, a month before Trump posted a video on Twitter, Obama being arrested, it was created by AI GIF. So who will be responsible for the defamation of Obama as he was the ex-president of USA? Is the responsibility lies on AI or the Trump from whose account it was being posted, or the Twitter that they allowed it to surface on the Twitter online platform?
See, legally I don't know, but fundamentally, AI video is created by a human. Second, it was posted by Trump, you said, right? So the guilty is Trump because he is communicating incorrect information. On the legal terms, probably I would request experts to answer.
In my opinion, the Trump on himself never posted this. So I think the creator of the video, if he is ever found, he should be behind the bars. If he is ever found.
Sir, to be specific, it was posted by his official account.
If it is posted on his official account, either Trump himself or Trump's team, somebody from Trump's team. There could be another way to it. If that account has been hacked, there would be another people who are hacked and posted that video. So who would be accountable requires a lot of investigation. But somebody who is communicating it incorrectly has to be accountable first. And we cannot see, AI is not an entity that you can account him, hold him as a criminal. AI, whatever tool, creating a deepfake video or an image for any unethical purposes is done by human only. Because somebody has to give a command to AI so that AI can work, so that AI can do that stuff. So it has to be some human which is doing that particular action.
To further add it, my friend, I think AI will give you more cases rather, because there will be a lot of copyright cases. I have seen if you have a song which is successful, you can, the same song can be sung by the singers who are not existing, who have not sung also. So there will be many cases coming up this way. And as far as that video, is concerned, I think it requires proper investigation. If Mr. Trump's team denies uploading of that video, then obviously it requires investigation. And see, AI itself cannot be punished, but if somebody is misusing AI for his or her personal agenda, then yes, it requires investigation. And if it is found out, obviously there would be some punishment also, some legal proceedings also, which can take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Myself Uday Sagade from BBA LLB. So my question was for Rohit, sir. So as you deal with medical legal cases, how do you deal with the cases where medical negligence is difficult to prove?
Medical negligence?
It is medical negligence is difficult to prove.
See, medical negligence is differs from fact to fact, case to case. It's a very, I would say, complicated matter always. And so therefore, in any medical legal cases, what three things generally are required by it is to be seen by the court, that whether doctor possesses the requisite skill and whether he used that particular skill in given circumstances. So these are the two basic criteria. So now there are umpteenth number of judgments of Honorable Supreme Court as well as National Commission that every negligence or every death cannot be treated as negligence, because again, a lot of depends upon given facts of case, lot of depends upon but that particular patient situation. So because even if you take a crocin for that matter, a paracetamol, it has got its own side effects. But that does not mean that 99% of the people who take, they don't have any problem. But there is going to be one person who is will be adversely affected even by taking the crocin. So generally, an expert opinion is taken while deciding medical legal cases, because the judges or the lawyers for that matter, we are not the medical experts. So the court generally takes the help of the experts in the same field, And depending upon the facts of the case and the evidence which is brought before the court, the cases are decided. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, respected chief guests, dignitaries, and dear students. So, I'm Tanishka Bishwa, studying in third year BA LLB. So, my question is for Advocate Ranjan Nehru, sir. For students who aspire to build a career in corporate law, what specific skills or areas that should we focus on to prepare ourselves for the corporate legal world?
Hello. Yeah, if you remember what I said, in order to prepare yourself in corporate law, you have to understand business first. Sometimes when we talk to clients, as a corporate lawyer, I don't wear the cap of an advocate when I'm listening to my client. I wear the cap of an entrepreneur or a businessman first. First, I have to understand his business, then I can advise him in law. So this means that if you have to be a good corporate lawyer, you should try to understand business first. Then you try to impress him with the law. You get the point?
Yes, sir.
So try to understand what is business, what it means to do business. What has happened in the course of my experience over the years, I have become more of a business consultant sometimes. It's very strange. There have been occasions when we have been in international, conferences, engaging with clients. I mean, there were times when there were around 15 lawyers from the other side, and we are just two of us from this side representing from India. And then that moment of time, for a moment, I thought I'm not talking law, I'm talking business. Because I am trying to see what is the difficulty that he's going to enter. They want to have, after all, it's about building relationships. When you build relationships, what is actually, when we talk about business, we are talking about business developing relationships. It's all about relationships. When you enter into a contract, you enter into a relationship. When you engage an employee, you enter into relationships. When you go or a financial deal with somebody, you enter into relationships. There are certain acts to be done by each side. What happens in the course of these acts? What can go wrong? That is what you have to understand. And then you can be able to be of any use to you. I'll just always tell to my people in my team that, look here, sometimes we charge quite a bit of money for the advice you give. Would you like to part away something from your money just for somebody giving you some nonsense? You will see, if he's giving me, if he should at the end of the day feel that I am getting something valuable, then only he will give money to you, his fees. Why should he give money? Will you like to give money to somebody just like that? He should, at the end of the day, when you're talking to your lawyer, you have to inspire that confidence. Then you cannot inspire confidence by just talking anything. It should be based on substance. It should be based on your, your understanding. But at the same time, you cannot talk nonsense. You cannot, try to, impress him. Because you have to, if you don't know something, it's better to say that I'm not too sure about this, than to say something which you don't know. Then you'll be talking in the air. So your client always understands what he's doing. Try to understand, to be in the shoe of a client, he will understand whether he's talking sense or nonsense.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Aniket Thakur, and I'm a third year BLLB student. Sir, my question is for Srivastav, sir. Sir, you said that you had an opportunity to pay a visit to the International Court of Justice, right?
Yes.
So my question to you is, sir, how different is it to practice in the prestigious International Court of Justice as compared to that of in India?
See, my friend, International Court of Justice is some place, where, a government will take you there. I mean, if there is any issue. As we know, there was one issue of a person who was to be hanged in Pakistan, and our, justice, I mean, our
So
advocate.
is it related to Kulbhushan Jadhav?
Yes. So, I mean, Advocate Salve was appointed by the government to represent India in that case. So it is not a place where we can simply represent any individual client as such, because the countries are involved. So if you are representing a country which appoints you to represent, out of maybe there could be a team of such advocates, or if you are also there, you can be a part of it. Otherwise, also you can visit that court. That is some place where you must go in life. I would say to all the students, whenever you get an opportunity, have a visit. You will understand internationally, you will understand everything, the importance of law, lawyers, how it works, and everything. Because that's a place I saw that many of the nationals were present. Some of them were not even the lawyers, but they wanted to see the international court. So this is how it works.
So my next question is, as you said that, so what challenges did you face in expanding and establishing your practice area in as well as beyond India? What kind of challenges that you had faced?
See, the answer is very simple. It all happened with the requirements. Now in a month, I'm twice or thrice I'm in UAE, because many of our clients are there. So that is my requirement to be there. So the meetings are there, and there are issues we are handling here. They want to have the meetings there. They want to discuss something. And when you think that going there and sitting in your office or having meetings with them is fruitful for you, it is, it is up to you. You go and you do it. So it is basically the requirement. So once you feel that, okay, now my office is functional, I am doing well. Now the requirement I am facing, that most of my cases are coming from a particular place where they always are asking you, where is your local office? We want to visit you here. So then you feel like, okay, I should have something here. I should open an office here. Then you open it. Then they ask you, okay, we want to meet you. When can you be available? Then you fix up your meetings accordingly. Like if you're going to a place for 3 days, so all your meetings are fixed for 3 days. So everybody would be coming to meet you. Like also in India, if I'm in Pune, I know when I'm available here, when I'm in Delhi, accordingly the meetings are fixed. So you have to be available when clients need you to meet you in person. And everybody cannot travel to the places. So if you think that it is worth opening a branch or an office at some place which would be convenient for you and also your clients, because if you have to meet 30 of them in 3-4 days or in a week's time, they cannot travel to you where you are there. So it's better you go there and you are available to advise them. And rest your team can take care of when you are not there in those offices. So this is how it functions.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Pranav Jagtap, third year BBLLB student. I do have a question for Rohit, sir. What reforms do you think are urgently needed in the Indian judicial system to reduce pendency and delays?
Well, this is a very moot question which you have asked, and you are again going to enter into the same field. So the question of pendency of cases has many facets. Firstly, the number of cases which are being filed in our courts compared to the population is much, much higher than compared to other countries. Then the background, geography and other factors, religion, etc., in our country is also very different. And if you see the ratio of judges vis-a-vis population, it's very less as compared to the Western countries. And when you will come into practice, I will give you a fine example. That suppose a case is filed against you, you are a defendant, then you will try die hard to prolong the matter. But when you are a plaintiff, then you want that your case should be decided as early as possible. So it many a times changes at which side you are standing. Right now, your question is correct, but when you will take a brief of your client for a defendant, you will try to see that he is protected vis-a-vis his case is prolonged, and you can do that legally. So, if you ask me, then my suggestions would be that to cut down the procedural delay which we have in our system, that in trial courts, issuing a summons to the defendant takes lot many times. So use of technology is going to help, I think, in this matter. And the main part is of execution of an order. So suppose you get an order in your favor, again you have to go to the court and file execution proceeding. So I feel that there has to be some innovation that the plaintiff or the applicants in whose favor the order is passed, yet again he has to wait to take the fruits of that particular order. So this thing is required to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
A very good morning, everyone.
We will be taking last two questions.
Good morning, everyone. My question is to Ranjan sir. Good morning, sir. From your perspective, what are the most promising or rapidly evolving areas with corporate law that juniors or students should be paying attention to?
Very good question.
Thank you, sir.
I would readily and without blinking my eye say that arbitration is going to be the forum for dispute resolution, which will be having lot of merit. You must focus on arbitration, according to me, because as Advocate Rohit has just pointed out, that the problem is that there is a pendency of litigation. And if you are a defendant, you have one point of view. If you are a defendant, plaintiff, you have one point of view. If you are a defendant, your recourse is different. Then, advocates tend to play tricks, I'm sorry to say. So there has to be a way of going through that. One of the ways, Dr. Andre is here, and artificial AI will take a lot can solve the problems in time to come. One of the basic problems for pendency of litigation is because of procedure. The notices have to be sent. Sometimes you try to send notices and you are not able to find the defendants who are to serve them. Or then sometimes you'll be surprised. In one case I know of, 12 years I took up the case recently. For 12 years, the summons have not gone to all the defendants. 12 years have already transpired. It's a sorry state of affairs. This needs to be addressed immediately. It cannot wait any time. AI is a very wonderful tool for addressing those issues. As he very correctly said, it is a tool of efficiency. So some of the things which are blocking our way in justice, dispensation of justice, can be solved by these wonderful ways in which you can sorting of documents. One of the stages that comes across is that when you file a pleading, there will be some objections. This is not there, that is not there. This can be easily removed by, you have a processing mechanism. Software do it, AI will do it, and it will tell you within a moment that these are the things that you don't have. Second, after you file this, then you have to have once the pleadings are filed, I have to file my pleading, then somebody has to file the written statement. After you file the written statement, the issues have to be drawn. Then the lawyers have to come together and discuss what the issues are in front of the presiding officer of the court, and then decide the issues. This also can be happen. AI can be used as a tool for that. Nowadays, things have changed. After COVID, there is a good side to it. Many times we are having, sessions, judicial sessions online. We do it from our office sometimes. If it is not possible for us to attend the court, say it could be the Supreme Court, it could be the Bombay High Court or any other court, we have the option of appearing through online. That is one of the things that happened thanks to COVID, among the bad things that happened, but this was a good thing. But it needs a lot of changes. It's not everything is complete. There are a lot of lacunas still. And that technology can help us in that. Technology can help us then, and we can overcome all those things. I just passingly, I'll mention to you, it might interest. We were approached by the certain company to develop a litigatory process through using software. We worked on that project for 3 years. It was one of the Chief Justices of India who, during his time, we were given this opportunity. But what happened, that company which had engaged us and for which we worked for about 3 years in terms of procedural law, in criminal litigation, we worked on that also. Or in the civil litigation, we worked of entire, like even the processing of the file is done through the scanning of the documents, and then it tells you everything. We had worked on it for 3 years. Unfortunately, that company suffered for finances. Why did it suffer for finances? It started working with the government, with the courts. And you know, when you work with the court, they don't give you the money. When you work with the government, it's very difficult to deal with them. So that project did not go to the extent it was expected. At that moment of time, even the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India, that was very much interested that this should go through. In fact, there was a program in the Supreme Court, highlighted, I will not name the Chief Justice who was behind that and trying to prop that up. But this is time now for people to take it over, and the judicial system can definitely improve.
Thank you, sir.
This will be our last question for today.
Good morning, sir. So myself, Rutuja Kodre from 3rd year BBLLB. My question is to Advocate Ranjan, sir. So corporate law is often viewed as a routine or task-based job. So what inspired you to choose this field, and what do you find truly meaningful and exciting about it?
I will tell you very honestly, when I came to Pune, it was a foreign country for me. I was in Bombay, then I was in J&K High Court for practicing for some years. Then I decided to come back to the western part of the world. I mean, western part of India. I took upon myself to come to Pune, which at that moment of time was a very retired man's paradise. So it was very strange that I should be going to retire when at that moment of what was the prime of my practice, and I decided to go to a retired man's paradise. It was quite illogical. But what I did at that moment of time, I studied corporate. I started, in fact, I became an advisor to a company on corporate matters. And gradually, it inspired me to work more and more in that area. And at that moment of time, there were nobody. I would be happy to mention to you that our firm was the first firm who used computers in legal profession in Pune. I can say that with a certain amount of pride. But gradually, as this worked out, things opened up, because at that moment of time, for every small thing, companies would have to rush to Bombay to go to A company, B company. I have not named the big names in law firms. They would go there, rush to them. We were a smaller firm that time, comparatively few, but there were a lot of people. This need was augmented by us. This was need to go and consult on financial matters, corporate matters, because corporate law involves a lot of matters. It is not just about, people think it's just some contracts, handling some contract, drafting some contract. Of course, drafting is a very important part of corporate law. In as much as speaking is important, it is equally important to write properly. I think we don't have colleges and institutes today. They need to augment the practical skills. It is one thing to learn theoretical law. It is another thing altogether to learn practical law. That is what institutions have to impart. the practical. Once they go into the space of practicing law, it's a different area altogether. What you learn here in the institution is well and good, but it is quite different when you grow actually into practice.
We are going to end the question and answer session.
Can I ask one question to the panel members? Sorry to interrupt. Hello, sir. Since all these students would be becoming eminent lawyers and judges, my question to you is that I think in 2014, the Supreme Court of India struck down the 99th Amendment, that is the NJAC, National Judicial Appointment Commission. So my question to the panel is that still the Supreme Court of India, the judiciary and the government is always on the loggerheads of appointment of the judges to the Supreme Court and the High Court. So if anyone can answer, what would be the right criteria to appoint judges so that both the parties can be on equally agreeable to that idea to appoint the judges to the High Court and the Supreme Court? Because judiciary, freedom of judiciary is a basic structure of the Constitution.
You asked such an important question. Anybody of you would like to rush to answer this question,
Yeah,
but I will
because,
just, I think,
it's a
Dr.
basic structure of the Constitution. The Constitution should also not be changed.
I think this question is important, but I think out of jurisdiction of today's topic. But still, I would say that, see, the government, not this government, right from the inception, every government and judiciary, it is at loggerheads only. Because in India, you will find that nobody is supreme. So everybody is at par. And ultimately, it is we the people who are supreme, who either decide directly, indirectly. Now, the collegium systems, which is prevailing in India for, I think, for last many years. And I think perhaps India is the only country wherein judges decide amongst themselves who is going to be the other their judges. They are not elected by the people. But you consider that every system has its pros and cons. So naturally, whenever a person is appointed as a judge, his background check is done as it is done by an HR department of any company. And so naturally, the ruling party which is there will definitely try to see that the person who is going to be in judiciary, because the judges of higher judiciary are the lawmakers. Their judgment is treated as law of the land. So naturally, all human factors are involved here. And therefore, to have a perfect system of appointing a judge, suppose you decide that we will appoint a judge through election. Again, it has got its own fallacies, that it is not going to be, I think, viable in country like India. So I think collegium system which is going on for years is good according to me. And there might be some changes. I think Nehru sir, who is a senior, and Advocate Srivastava, who is practicing in Supreme Court, might be able to throw more light than me.
Well, I agree to Advocate Rohit what he said. In addition to that, I feel that in any constitution, the three pillars, that is the legislature, executive, and the judiciary, should be independent of each other. And that is very, very important and crucial. Now, if you see our constitution, the appointment of judges, if you see, is not cleared off. And that was the reason why the Supreme Court had to come up with a proper judgment. And they came up with a, collegium system. So I think this collegium system is something which was decided by the majority of the Supreme Court judges after considering the constitution of our country, and also to keep all these pillars independent of each other. If there is too much of involvement of any government, for that matter, for the appointment of judges, it would not be good for the country. Because you see, many of the cases are also against the government. Now the cases would be against CBI, against ED, against investigating agencies in the criminal side, I'm saying. There could be also, in the civil matters, there would be many cases against the state government, central government, etc. So I think the judiciary is the most crucial pillar of any constitution, and that needs to be completely independent. And as my friend rightly said, that there will always be pros and cons of any decision you make. But while taking any decision, you have to see that the decision should be best in the interest of the people. There would be obviously some or the other negatives also, but while taking decisions, you have to choose that the maximum positivity should be there in that decision-making process. So I think the collegium system, as of now, is a better system for the appointment of judges. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I'll just try to conclude this issue, which is a very sensitive issue, and it has been occupying our mind for a long time. It is the three wings of the state: executive, judiciary, and the legislature. Each is trying to arrogate to itself the maximum power. That is the delicate situation we are in. Now, people, if it is left to the legislature, they will like to arrogate to themselves the highest power, so that they are not answerable to anyone. Same is the situation with judiciary also. Now, the people who are critics of this collegium system are saying that they become a law unto themselves and nobody is there to question them. That needs us. So ultimately, the Constitution of India is a instrument based on checks and balances. So we have to develop checks and balances for each state, each arm of the state, legislature, executive, and judiciary. Judiciary will also need to exercise some restraint, because they should not become a power unto themselves, not responsible to anyone. That is what I would say. Perhaps it needs a lot of ingenuity of trying to see how the checks and balances can be introduced into this system. People are working on it. I'm sure something well will come out of it in due course.
It's now time to honor the luminaries who have graced us with their wisdom today.
We request our dignitaries to felicitate our esteemed guests. I would request Dr. Tejasvi Award Ma'am, Principal of Balaji Law College, to felicitate Advocate Rohit Irande Sir.
I would request Dr. Ashwini Award Ma'am to felicitate Dr. Amit Andrade Sir. Let us have a huge round of applause.
I would now request Dr. Jyoti Pawar ma'am, Principal of Balaji School of Law, to felicitate Advocate Ranjan Nehru sir.
Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Jyoti Pawar ma'am to felicitate Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava sir. Please give a huge round of applause.
As we draw towards the close of this enriching session, we invite Assistant Professor Sarika Kamri ma'am to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear students. It is a matter of immense honor to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of Balaji School of Law for this enriching and inspiring induction program. First and foremost, I would extend our heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest, Advocate Rohit Erande sir, for encouraging the students to prioritize humanity, reminding them that being a good human being is very fundamental to their identity as a lawyer. A very special thank to guest of honor, Advocate Ranjan Nehru sir, for sharing valuable insights on the importance of considering a broad spectrum and diverse perspective in law, particularly in business law, enriching our understanding and approach of business and corporate law. Thank you, sir. We are also grateful to our esteemed guest, Advocate Ashutosh Srivastava sir, for guidance. For guiding the student, surely igniting the academic curiosity of our new students. Thank you so much, sir. We are equally grateful to our esteemed guest, Dr. Amit Andre sir, for his insight on artificial intelligence, of course, which is very relevant in the current scenario. Thank you so much, sir. I express my deep gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Professor Paramananda Balasubramaniam sir, whose vision and leadership continues to guide the institution towards excellence. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. J.K. Shirude sir, whose commitment to academic growth and student development sets a remarkable example for all of us. A special thanks to Dr. G.Y. Shitoe sir, advisor, SBUP schools for laying down the academic framework and continuously working to nurture excellence and integrity among students. We are also grateful to Dr. Sanjeet Kumar Das, Sir, Director BITM, Head Marketing, who have always been there with us for every programs. We are fortunate to have the dynamic leadership of our beloved Principal Ma'am, Dr. Jyoti Pawar Ma'am, whose constant encouragement and support made this program successful. Thank you so much, ma'am. A special thanks to Dr. Tejasvi Awar Ma'am, Principal Balaji Law College, for her valuable insights and guidance, as she is always there with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would also like to place on record my sincere appreciation to all the faculty members, student coordinators, volunteers for their tireless dedication, of course, which forms the bedrock of our institution. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, and have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am, for thoughtful words of gratitude and grace. We now break for lunch. All are requested to proceed to the mess for lunch. All the first year